welcome to part 10 of our continuing adventure in Splatoon Raiders. We're pretty far along in the postgame at this point. Really, the only thing that we're working on is the bottomless buffet and the one dangling thread that we have in Super Spicy, which is the Pudyan Den over here, which is the damage race against the small fry. That we haven't been able to crack yet, and I was going to hold off until we had secured more upgrades, more weaponry, more currency, etc. that would allow us to make another stab at it. Previously, I think we had reached only 6 out of 10 of the required eggs that you pop off of it, although, as I remember from the earlier difficulties, 7 to 10 kind of come in all at once. So, it may just be that we need to run the numbers up in order to get that done, but we'll be playing around with a couple of builds maybe to give that a proper shot. Last time we had a pretty smooth ride down to Bottomless Buffet floor 60, and we have learned that at the very least, as we make our costume change today to what we just earned here with the additional golden fabric that we've obtained here, the golden scale work, that there is going to be a major milestone on the 100th floor, as we had suspected all along. So that'll be a target for today as well, if our current setup is able to get there without hitting any kind of really serious grind wall. As far as this is concerned, we're a few shards off of upgrading the icebreaker, one additional dot to take it up to, that's 5. And I think that despite how much we've invested into this weapon, that we learned previously that going for an icebreaker effect is not really going to work very reliably on the small fry encounter, so we'll likely do something else. Possibly something with a close combat bonus, depending on how close that is necessarily. This is another oil blaster, a Primo oil blaster that also has a risky reward attached to it. Yeah, we don't want on defeat effects, of course. I actually kind of like the idea of running roller against it, because then can't you just crash into the small fry repeatedly and not worry too much about aim? I mean, I guess it depends on what the rate of fire comes out as. If you're using it, you know, if you're bumping against something repeatedly, until your ink runs out. Yeah, because we really do need to see how quickly we can run up the numbers here against something like the infinite dummy. On the other hand, if we do something like the... Well, the twin cans had the freeze effect with a critical. Runs up reasonably quickly. We might still go with it, even though I haven't upgraded it in quite some time, and I don't think it was sufficient for what we were doing previously. And there is, of course, the issue of just running out of ink. Yeah, we'll see about that. We should save our main setup first, though, before we do anything. If we are going to try to rework a build for the Pudyan Den before we do anything else. Haven't really had a chance to think about it yet, so we'll be improvising something on the fly, I think, and seeing how well it performs. So let's save this preset first of all. We've just been putting the icebreakers on 1. I don't think there's any change, actually. And previously for small fry, we used a tactical heavy build with both the tether and the turret. And we might actually want the auto activation on both of them to make that work. So let's do a different setup completely. Just try to think of something that is specifically there as a small fry killer. I'm actually going to try this close combat one over here. It's a bit slow, but it does perhaps have the ferment effect up and running very quickly. Yeah, perhaps the vortex abilities aren't going to be that useful here if we don't have a good way to activate them quickly. But anyway, for a tactical build, yeah, we are going to have the tether whale as before. I don't even know we need the multi-laser necessarily for small fry. That might be something that we reconsider, but we definitely want the auto trigger on it. Maybe we do want to keep a distance, but I don't know how much precision we'll have on a fight like this. I think we do want the double trouble. We don't need the area damage on the blaster, we just need a single target. But then if we have auto trigger, that's fine. It just means that we won't get the explosive effect necessarily. Which actually means that explosive placement might not matter so much. I think we should actually go full damage for this one then. The range might matter, but maybe not to the extent of 7 points. Then, yeah, we'll get over here and probably have Splat Shit as our activated damage ability, which we haven't really retuned in some time, so that's something we should think about as well. Actually, we'll take off the vertical slash. It's not easy to hit something small like the small fry with that. Overpowered attacker will obviously not matter. A lot of things look good here. Victory cooldown will also not matter. We might be able to buy something that fits the Splat Shit a little better, just to get some additional damage off of it. Yeah, but it does look like there's an option. And we'll just leave the other two on auto. Oh, whoops. Develop hearts. I like the double slash. Decreases the damage of each slash, though. I don't know. Time-wise, that might not be. That's good, but cooldown reduction actually would be good here. We can just fill in 4 points with that. We might need to sell off some things to make the numbers work here. None of these are what I'm going for yet. I want the 4-pointer. If we can get to it. There we go. And we can just afford it. Great. It's a lot we're investing into this much just for this one encounter, but I think it should be worth it. As for the powers, we're going to swap things around. Yeah, swim speed will not be relevant here. Torrents in general might not be relevant here. We just want damage as much as possible. Small fry doesn't do much to us. Yeah, we'll want this because the ink consumption is going to be relevant. We just need pure damage, I think. Oh, except we can only have one of these. 9 seconds on this fight might be useful. We better do this just to have it at all ranges. Ink reduction for sure. And I mean, we could kind of do the risky thing, but then one poke from the small fry and we're kind of done, so. Because we're not going to be spending that much time in ink. Damage for the showstopper gauge, maybe? I don't know. I think this... Oh no, we only have one red one available. Yes, take... this one in case... Or we really could do the synergy here, perhaps. Just go over to danger build. Well, let's see. Let's try without the danger build first, but then we can maybe adjust towards it if this doesn't seem to work out. Okay. Now, we just need to make sure we have an appropriate weapon for these purposes. Yeah, I'm not sure that twin cans will be the best choice here. Let's actually try this blaster for now. Although I have my doubts about the rate of fire being sufficient. Yeah, descriptive is, what's the context for the title? Oh no, I just thought that because deep cut sounds like deep blue, the joke kind of wrote itself. Okay, so we're going to take this build into the den over here. Yeah, it always takes the sting out of a joke to have to explain it. In this case, why we have Yasmara versus Deep Cut. Yeah, descriptive is. I'm glad you love the stream and you're totally non-spammy way. Totally not gonna make it over the line for this build. We kind of need to get it into laser. Oh, we're in danger. Well, good thing I have the danger effect, except I'm gonna get splatted. So, okay, so we actually should not maybe take damage on this, but yeah, every now and then I will need to dodge, despite the damage increase from danger. If we do get into danger, I need to make sure I stay out of it afterward. We're not going to make it, not even close. But I didn't even use the splash at that time. Yeah, so let's switch to a faster weapon. This is not quite working. Even if it is upgraded much of the way for damage, it's too slow. Much too slow. So it does get up close to you quite a bit. We can get the close combat effect on this weapon here, perhaps. And then damage filling the showstopper might be useful as well, depending, but we'll take a look. Yeah, I didn't account for how much incoming damage you have to deal with. Well, this one. Get the second turret up right away as well. Try to get it in the tether if we can. That's looking a lot better in some ways, but we'll see if that's actually the case. 50%. Not quite. No, it goes straight from 7 out of 10 to 10 out of 10, so we're a little bit short. A little bit short. I mean, a close combat buff seems to help a bit. We'll see, because we don't really have that many resources to actually pump the weapon stats at the moment. We'll see what we can do. Maybe you can go Vortex against it, because you go Vortex and you get up in the air and then you get above it and shoot it without taking damage. And then the Vortex can deal damage on its own. Like you go full tactical. And have all the passive damages come in and do its business. Something we may try out. But again, we just need to probably upgrade weapon damage on a bunch of this stuff. Okay, get it in the tether. Stand within range of it so you can actually have the tether bonus. Yeah, the multi-tether might not really be necessary. We're not benefiting that much from the additional spoke. That said, we're able to get in here like this. Oh, it is looking promising. But do the dodge roll a bit here from time to time to really focus down properly. Yeah, back up against it from the tether. It's a little bit short, but I feel like a little optimization there might be able to do the trick. Maybe Splat is taking too long, and we need something else. We go Splatolite against it, and also have that auto-activate. Or even get the freeze effect for the freeze break with Meteor. Despite how much we spent on the Splatcha just now. The thing I'm concerned about with Meteor is just that it takes so long. But it does have the auto-activate on it as well for emergencies when we go under 50%, and so we don't need to babysit it too much, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, we do need that additional damage from the Julie dodge roll sometimes, but I don't like the ink consumption on it very much. That's the only thing. I have no ink. %, it's 20 seconds. It's not good enough. Particularly if we take critical damage like that. I'm probably going to try Corkscrew next on this, because then we can get into safety. Maybe have the build where you get cooldown for time in the air. Yeah, because let's say we go Corkscrew. I don't know if the knockback necessarily matters. The propeller damage might matter a bit more. Well, let's go with the default build for now. I guess we don't really need the vertical area, although it does let us float. But let's try this and we'll tinker as necessary. Where did it go? Can't even see it. Oh yeah, the knockback is actually a little bit too intense. But at least we... Okay, I can't see it. That's the only thing. Oh yeah, it's way too far back. So, okay, we have to take off knockback. Knockback's too much. Prevents incoming damage, but I'm also way out of ink. Yeah, we don't want to fling it out like that, actually. We want it to take damage into Vortex. Otherwise, we don't need nearly enough. And I'm also out of ink because we're off the ground the whole time. So... maybe we even take off the flight effect in spite of how useful it proves. Defensively. Or, because we can't aim, we change weapons if we... that way. That didn't work out at all. Take off knockback. Take off vertical propeller damage. Get it into Vortex if we can. Although propeller damage I think is not great because most of the time it's the Vortex that it's in, but it doesn't actually get in close enough. So we'll experiment until something happens, otherwise we'll push down into the bottomless buffet further so we can get more resources for weapon upgrades. Yeah, so we want to stand it in here so we get the laser on it. And we do need to get over here from time to time. Yeah, so that way we don't knock back. Floaty Fun might not actually be that useful because it lets me escape, but yeah, not doing that much actually. This is a bit of a downgrade. Maybe we should go back to the splash that idea. Not enough outgoing damage on this. And probably we should maybe change weapons. I actually kind of wonder about a roller idea. Now, inking on the go isn't too high for this weapon. Maybe we had some that were better and which I mindlessly scrapped. I mean, this does have the added risky reward. I just thought that it was maybe a little bit slow, that's all. Damage isn't quite as high as everything else we have going on here. Had we actually tried the Splatolites idea yet? Splatolites would get Scorch on it. Again, there's just a whole lot of additional damage. Let's go back to Splash it. So what was closest so far? We did get a couple of 7 out of 10 runs, but yeah, just get it into tether as much as we can. Position it in, we can. And if it wants to attack the bot, that's fine. We just need to get it in the laser. long distance laser is fine. It is just fine. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be enough here. Still 7 out of 10. Yeah, the damage output just isn't there. Let's try to roll it. Might be interesting. How fast is this roller anyway? Actually, not bad. It's quite quick, in fact, by roller standards. This is one where vertical swing is a little better here. We'll see, it doesn't look like it's much better than the speed we get off the blasters, though, so... But yeah, we can just get the thing in the laser. We just bump it. Keep it in the laser and bump it. It's a bit slow. If you do bump it, it has the benefit of keeping it away. Like if you get into danger and then repel it. Like, so if the roller repels it and it just doesn't hit you. So if you get into danger and then start whacking it, maybe that's the idea. There might be something to that. Of course, we're not really getting the damage numbers we need at the moment. Let's try the danger strategy with this one. We can stay out of trouble. It does make a certain amount of sense to put risky reward where we can. Actually, we should be using the bot hub more for defense instead of doing something with the vortex like we did previously. But try hitting me. Oh, it's not really going to hit me. I was trying to get into danger here and it just wouldn't poke me enough. Oh, there we go. Except too much danger. Yeah, previously best we did was getting to 50% at about 20 seconds remaining. We just crowd him. Because the idea was that I would get into danger and then try to roll over him like this. Can I push him off the edge? That's a good question. I had not tried. Maybe with enough of a knockback effect on something. Because we have a couple of other things that we could use for potential danger-based strategy, like this one. Again, not as much base damage as some of our other options, so it's probably way too slow. I think twin cans are probably actually still the best option, but we'll see about that. This in conjunction with the endurance might actually make a certain amount of sense. We'll see. Again, we may just need more income and more upgrades to find a good build and get it over the line. We should use the bot jump a lot more. One thing I'm discovering for sure. We're not actively using the danger effect very much yet. Maybe we should. Oh. It's getting so close in that maybe we should be doing something like brush. We have a level 50 brush that we haven't been using yet. The explosive ferment effect is useless though for this. It's the only thing. I think the best success so far actually has been with the original icebreaker idea. Maybe we'll go fly fiver with it. Or high fiver rather. Keep everything as is for the moment. Because then we can position it through the lines and then... Shiver's ready to give up. Yeah, that's the thing, is that there's a certain immunity to icebreaker after it's already been frozen, right? So unless you know that you're going to get killed, then it's not quite so good. But... Okay. I am running, I think, regularly. Nah, not even at 50% at 20 seconds, so this is a bit of a downgrade. Well, we haven't been using the high fiver that well. Actually, a high fiver when you're right up against his face can do a bit like a shotgun blast. I might just not have the right setup for this at the moment. Let's go back to our top weapon on it, actually. Then... yeah, the thing is, I don't have very many freeze options with it. You know, the danger burst might not be a bad idea given how often we're in danger, but... actually, this in conjunction with some of these powers here. Let's take off long range, actually. Because the meteor mid powers me up. That's the thing. You can get the effect off of it. But I built it. Maybe we need all those buffs. Oh, didn't I say I'd switch back to one of my other weapons? Okay, yeah, never mind. Oh, God. was going to try one of the blasters again, but that's okay. Yeah. The thing about the dually dodge roll is actually it consumes too much ink. You just run out. So that's why on Spicy I wasn't using it. I think the optimization there was to not rely on the dodge roll to do damage for you, since we don't want to focus down like that anyway. Let's see. No, this is way out of range at the moment. Hang on, I was going to try a different weapon with it this time. To the oil blaster that we were powering up, but at the same time we weren't really managing to progress in this one. You know, we'll give it a few tries and then we'll push further in bottomless instead, because it makes more sense. But remember, that if we do need to escape, we should use the bot, like a burn danger. I need to hit it dead on. I'm not hitting on target at all. That's one of the issues here. Where do we even go? Yeah, a bit late on that 50% would have done better. I couldn't even see it. Yeah, Blaster's not great. I'm not hitting it dead on enough for Blaster to be the ideal choice here. And we're not getting the icebreaker effect pretty much anytime. Okay, I think we may have to dig down and loot further before we can come back to this one, because this has not been working out. Let's go back to what we were doing before, with very little progress to show for ourselves so far today, and get over to Bottomless Buffet 61 to 63 instead, when the suggested level is reaching 80 for the first time. We've been running a pure icebreaker build. It's been pretty good as long as I don't jump off of edges, which is actually a bit of a problem in this level because there are the hazard pools in the middle here. But we'll take advantage of the 30% that I have on the freeze. And then freeze everything we can with as much of a cooldown as we can from time to time. Everything's a little spread out in this level currently, actually. Might be a point of concern here. Oh, let's not dip into the middle. It might not be on pace. So we're actually underusing the abilities of anything. Whoops. Didn't see that. Okay, let's be careful not to slip through the cracks here. Okay, we do have time. That looks good. It's too bad we lost that one life, that's all. The time was on our side. Live fish over there, we'll probably need a quick look here. Oops, a bit late on the activation there. Should take advantage of the fact that we have pretty quick cooldowns and everything. We also have Big Man available in case of emergencies. Steel eel. Oop. Be careful. Don't get in danger. Now of all times. Okay, not too bad. We'll probably pop Big Man straight away in the next level. Just to start clearing a bit, although maybe that doesn't make sense yet. Let's maybe get everything into a nice space before we get to an idea like that. Everything's too spread out. Whoop. Okay, danger. That means Big Man. Laws out of the way. Everything else out of the way. Where's that smoker that's causing us so much trouble here? Smoker's way out here. Don't need much more. What are we powered up this time? Guys, recovery from damage. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, things are getting a little spread out, it seems. So we need to hunt very proactively here. Find bombs. Whoop. Danger from just steel eel. Yeah, no, bad positioning. Really bad positioning that time. Too bad about such an early loss. Okay, there were some bigger ones here to deal with. Yeah, apart from the early mistake, things are looking fine. Careful not to jump too far off the edge, of course. Damage requirement on these is still doing alright, but gotta pop the strong arms for sure. Probably get big man to do rest. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah, the strong arms goes down, then everything else eases up on you quite a bit, so there we are. Seems like an improved knockback on Splatlights. We have the budget for it. I actually don't have anything on knockback at all currently. But I actually kind of want everything clustered. So I think we keep things as is for the moment, because we switched things over to Scorch already anyway, just to have some additional damage output. What was new on the Blast Boot? Nothing. What about... And nothing that we're using. Okay. Let's keep pushing. Damage output seems fine right now. We just need to not jump into situations that we can't escape. Steel heals coming. We need to get rid of it. It seems like we slightly missed the freeze effect on a tail. There's a fly fish popping in from somewhere. I need to get rid of it. It's from all the way up here. Tail. Oh, danger. Get out for a moment. Okay, smokers up there, we'll see what we can do. eel here. Out of the amount of time here too before too long. Seconds, we should be within range. There we go. I should have hit it in the back, but oh well. Oh, there's a lot of steel eels here. I have to be really careful with meteor against steel eel. We are on the last floor. It does make sense to use big man. We need to allow sudden clearance. Depending on whether we think we're in trouble when it comes to time, perhaps. Just use them. No reason not to. We just need one last big egg. Might as well upgrade what other properties we can in our treasure hoard while we're doing it. More gadget recovery if we eventually switch back to the flywire build. No, no, almost jumped off the edge. That was a little too close. Luckily didn't make that mistake, but that was a cautionary tale. Perhaps. What we should be watching out for with this playstyle. Okay, everything's a little spread out on this side. Let's see if we can do something about that. Fish down early. Whoop. Whoa. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Oop. And we were still in. There's a range over there. That's unfortunate. Got on top of the steel eel. Nope. It's about to pop big man there, but we didn't make it. Okay, that was just a little bit of carelessness in all fronts. If we're able to make it through, I don't want to redo this one anyway, so we made it. 4 seconds, despite 2 deaths. Very sloppy, but we'll see how we do with the rest. Okay. reasonably well. Let's keep going. Okay, let's not fall down below, of course, and needlessly take a hit here. It was undoubtedly time for Big Man to do some cleanup, so here we go. Feels like at this point our defense matters more than it did before. I still want to keep the speed and the recovery here, though. Although, at some point, it may be necessary to sacrifice either the speed or perhaps the speed tank effect. Let's see what the effects are again. Yeah, because you kind of get a speed effect off of the torrent anyway. I want to trade out one of the speed effects for something a bit more immediately damaging. That's if we get to the point where that feels necessary. Squid endurance might even be way to go if the limiting factor seems to be that we're getting a little too much incoming. We should see about how we're doing with those freeze break parts. So we can see if we can get that times 5 going. No, we still need a 7 icebreaker shards that we're missing. That might be still some time off before we can get one of those. Now let's pump a little bit of damage. It's not too bad. That's another 8% or so, maybe. I don't want to spend everything just in case we need to. Reassign some of that towards more upgrades, like for example if we get the icebreak shards, or if we need to have a change of strategy that requires some investment. We'll just pump the damage lightly while we're still on pace. I see fly fish and stingers and everything already. Sometimes I'm a little concerned that they're not even spawning quickly enough for me to deal with. But we'll see what we can do here. There's a salvator somewhere that I have to take care of that. Don't jump off the edge. Don't get caught by the eel. Certainly no issues with time, at least. What we're seeing currently. Okay, the flyfish will, as usual, be a bit of a pain, so let's see what we can do to quickly if we can. Oh, a little short of damage on the steelhead there. Okay. Oop. Not outpacing the lid as far as we would like, but that was still plenty enough to do it. Now that is an upgrade to a shield. It's a 3-star version of the Edge recovery from damage. Pretty good if we get situations where we're crowded. Actually, this may be quite good against small fry. Because small fry is attacking it constantly, but then you can kind of get out with a gadget like the Splatshit if you know how to play it well. That's something to keep in mind for later. So we'll have another big jump, I'm sure. Okay, smoker's causing problems here. Let's get out and try to find it. Yeah, so this one you gotta be careful of the platforming for sure with the boost. the boots rather, with the glass boots, because this level is a pretty high risk for jumping off the edge. We're in danger. Let's exercise some care here. Have to be very careful with that jump towards the Celio. As I've been saying, I do like that it's in the bottomless buffet that the run-of-the-mill Splatoon platforming has become more and more interesting as you get along. And yeah, you're saying the amount of music they made for the bottomless buffet is great. That's true. I mean, I've been so focused on blasting everything in sight that I haven't really thought about the extent of the soundtrack here. Oh. This one took too long to get, but let's get down here and blast some of this stuff. There's a steel yellow target over here, which we'll get quickly. I don't like how I'm doing with the time requirement here on this stage. I think I'm a little bit slow, perhaps. Let's get Big Man to do clean up. But I'm actually not liking the time here. I think we're slow. Just need one here. There we go. 2 seconds remaining. Yeah, that was tighter than I would like. I did have to burn Big Man pretty early there. Won't have him available more than once on this stage, likely. Okay. That's a whole lot of Moz. Luckily we have pretty good tools for that. Okay, I am in danger. Let's watch out. Almost jumped off the edge that time too. We'll get Big Man to break down. Just need one more, really. No. That was very unfortunate. 7 seconds just to kill one. Go on, there we go. Couldn't even snipe that one. Yeah, because I was spamming the button for Big Man's attack. And Big Man expired, so the button activated the glass boots, and then we went sailing right off the edge. Gadget loot, not useful. Probably the least useful thing. There's some spicy challenge in the store. Well, there's one spicy challenge in the store. As he's eager to remind me. Okay, fly fish over there. We'll probably have to be dealt with pretty quickly. Luckily, huge burst on the ice from the local foliage. We should be using bot jump in conjunction with meteor much more often, since we do have a height bonus on it. Whoa. Get out of danger. Nope. We get caught by a spring chum. Yeah, because I was jumping around trying to get out of danger there, and that did not go on. Wasted a lot of time on it too, just defending it effectively. I see fly fish. Getting close to danger in here. I can't see a thing. Couldn't see my position at all, actually. Okay, we might be in trouble. 4 seconds. We just need one. Come on. Here we go. Unfortunately, 2 deaths there. Yeah, big no time. Undoubtedly. No. Oh, that was dangerous. That's still dangerous. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, well, we had a bad floor prior to that, so that kind of thing will happen. Let's keep going. No changes to the build, we just need to play better. Neutralize some of the threats a lot faster. Oh. Some awkward positioning here. I don't know if we'll have it done on time, but we'll certainly try. Yeah, you would think we could at least find one lost element of this snipe with 100. Well, with 2 seconds remaining, that's still clear. Could have gone a lot better, of course, but, you know, who's counting? Just gotta stay on the corridor. Largely. No, it's reasonably clean. Okay, big stacks, gotta go. Starting to worry a bit about time, so let's just big man and be done with it if we can. And get him to collect. Ooh, in danger though. Ooh, bad time to go. We just need one egg, come on. Two seconds remaining. Okay, we got it. Lost a lot of time on that mistake there. Near to finish. Victory cooldown on the spin wheel. Yeah, we'll see. Continue scrapping. Now we're running a bit tight on the clock there, so tells me that we may actually want to continue weapon damage. Three levels like this. After that, we go for part upgrades because gadget damage might actually be more consequential at this point. Particularly with the things that we know that we're using, like the blast boot. If there's anything that we're sure will not change. I mean, we're mostly using these for the freeze effects, but it's not like the damage doesn't matter. It does have an effect, and so maybe we should be going gadget damage. For sure, we're always going to be using damage surge. For sure, we'd like to freeze, although, of course, right now we're going to be a little bit short on cash if we go with either of these. 12 damage, hard to argue with that. Let's take a look at each of these. Particularly if we have some cheaper ones where like these ones for instance, where the 4-star is the top end one that we know we're definitely taking. That's the kind of upgrade that we're looking for ideally. Because we can't necessarily take 30k off many of these. This one, for instance, only costs 20k. That might be a candidate for sure. And I don't think that one's coming off, so... Yeah, let's take that, actually. And then if we could find another... similar upgrade. Another 4-star that we're definitely using. And then we should go for it. Also, we freed up a point. We should maybe configure that as well, but let's see what we can do. We've actually freed up 2 points at this point, because I was actually already on 39. I think I was actually saving up to do something here with the additional 2 points. I'm trying to remember what it was. I mean, the fall distance bonus is nice, a cooldown bonus is nice. Explosions are not too bad either. I think we'll just put the added explosions back on. Like, we can see how much damage the added explosions do. Perhaps. Might do a little bit of clearance. Not sure if it's that worthwhile, but let's keep pushing. Yeah, we want to save some spiral light just in case we do need to do a big weapon upgrade, but we'll still have quite a few levels to go, given that we're only on 82 to 84, and I guess that will be 6 more groups of 3 until we have cleared through 99. Oh, that's the bot. That's so friendly. Good shot in that Skeletal tail there, actually. Much better than usual. Oh, come on. Down. Come on, faster. Okay. Barely over. Just from big man zapping something for me. Okay. Fly fish over there. Let's catch it. Again, one of those levels that seem a little bit spread out. I'm not sure where the exit can come from just yet until we get many more spawns. Oh. We're in danger. That's a big man moment. Otherwise, we'll be slowed into flyfish projectiles or something, and that would be great. Okay. Missed it completely. Oop. Taking out really quickly there, actually. Major threat is out of the way, it seems, as long as we get out of danger. Freeze everything inside just to get out of danger. Whoop, nope. Was just short. Okay, we can get Big Man up and running. 30 seconds remain. I think we need him to clear. Okay, there we go. Despite some accidents. I mean, it looks like there's still more that we can slide in that. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, smoker side first. Whoa. Let's go big man now. Worry about it later. Lots of time on that one. With Big Man's assistance, of course. Okay, strong arms. Now, it's better if we have Big Man available for him right away, but we don't, so... Let's just not get smacked by him too much. Whoa, that's already a problem. Okay. Maybe we clear around the side until we've... Oh, no, no, no. Hang on. Okay. Platform is killing us here. Okay. Let's farm up a bit until we can get Big Man charged, and maybe strong arms can wait until that point. There we go. Essentially, we want to be charged up to take on strong arms. You can do a quick icebreaker shot on him, but you really do need to get out of the way before he smacks you. Just given his range of different attacks. Okay, let's see what's here. So we approach floor 90. Okay, that's very much a Splatolites problem. Of the danger here. Nope. We were very close. We just needed to pick the right target at the end there and spent a little bit too much time jumping around. No, we're not going to try somewhere else. Where else is there to try? Okay, that's the first time we've run into time trouble with this setup in a long time, but it's very clear where that issue is coming from. We do need to use Big Man to jump more strategically, I think. Yeah. Okay. Again, spend less time just dawdling around. a smoker. Unexpected danger here. Could have gone better, but it's a pass. Scrappers. A little bit spread out, but we're actually pretty well built against scrappers, so hopefully we just get over the time requirement for it. Don't jump off the edge. Didn't quite flank it there. I might have spent this a little prematurely, but we weren't quite in danger yet, but I was watching the clock as well. It seemed that we had some potential issues, but that's okay. Kind of overkill actually using big man in that situation. We should have saved him for next floor. Particularly if we have a strong arms or anything. Like we don't, it's mostly just the steelhead variants. Which means we'll just need to try not to get blown up too much here. And ideally freeze them while the weak points are exposed so we don't waste a freeze on more frivolous moments that are less critical. Careful. We are in danger. Anybody? Come on. Give me something. Somebody. We just needed two. Just couldn't find bosses at the end. I cleared, I just couldn't find the right targets. The run was fine, except we just didn't find targets that dropped the hundreds. Oh, that was unfortunate. Well, first of all, let's... see how we're doing here. Not much. That's new. I'll probably scrap the 4-star ones eventually as well, but let's stay with it for the moment. And yeah, eventually we'll probably do need to start scrapping some of the 5-stars as well if they're at any point redundant with each other. Still not enough on the icebreaker though. We're still at 43 out of 50. We just need to loot some of those icebreaker weapons when we can. Okay, so we were fine for time on the first 2 levels. Again, it would have been nice to save Big Man for the 3rd one, just to snipe all the steelheads a little faster, especially because we were sometimes freezing them at the wrong time. And I'll need to watch out for that. Okay, for this one we really need to minimize time jumping around. Our lights do take care of that instantly if we get to it, so. Take those out. My fish needs to go down for sure. Okay, no problems there. I say for this one, I actually pop Big Man immediately and just don't worry about positioning on the scrappers and just build up north of the bank for the next level after that. Because now we don't need to fuss around it so much with swimming into the right places. Thanks so much for the raid from the Gaming Sage. I'll give you a shout out when I actually have my hands free. Hope you had a fun time over there. I believe it was Bug Fables, if I'm not mistaken. Still something deep in my RPG backlog. Yeah. I do have time. Time's not an issue here. Shouldn't be anyway. Oh, nearly into danger. There we go. Big Man's not quite charged up, but he will be soon. So yeah, I hope Bug Fables was going alright over there today. Seems like you've been on that for a while, but I guess you have been rotating between the whole selection week to week. And I did hear that it is quite lengthy, so which is why it's in the backlog. Because I do have a problem with RPGs specifically just piling up on me. So, okay. Let's get out here for a moment. Ooh, it's getting a little risky. Yeah, we want to clear with Big Man first, just so we don't deal with as much stuff. Get more steelheads out of the way without worrying about positioning. Get steel eel out of the way if we can. It's going a lot smoother this time. Just get the big threats down. And look at that, 27 seconds remaining. Absolutely no issues that time. And yeah, you have to raid and run today, no problem whatsoever. You said you almost died to a lethal boss, but managed to survive by the skin of your teeth. And then did some backtracking and also explore some side paths. Yeah, always good to do a little bit of switching up the pace when it comes to RPGs, and definitely nice to hear that it's structured in such a way that you just have that flexibility to run around and figure out what to do next. Yeah, I have Bug Fable sitting around unplayed, mostly on its reputation for kind of being a Paper Mario-like. It's vaguely what I know about it, but we'll hopefully get a chance to deal it in at some point. Game stage, would I be interested in maybe teaming up with you in Raiders sometime? Okay, so here's the thing. I actually should at some point, because I do not have any the multiplayer suits, and specifically I don't have this one here, creator join a multiplayer room and clear a dungeon. So at some point, because it seems like I'm ahead of you at the moment and I'm just kind of progressing through the major milestones solo, when I have that wrapped up, if I see you around and streaming the game, I'd be happy to pop in if the time aligns for that. If I'm super ahead of you, then as far as I understand it, I may raise the average level between us quite a bit, but yeah. I'm unlikely to manage that on my own stream, but certainly if I see you on and the opportunity arises, I will look to take you up on that invitation perhaps. So thank you for mentioning that, and good luck with your own progress. We are deep in endgame at the moment, so. Do I know if I can join your lobby and I can still get the outfits? Well, from the description, it looks like it should. Like, it looks like 2 of them here are for randoms. This is not a spoiler because you will have seen these already in your own list. So this is seemingly using the call for help system that is with randoms. This one, however, I would actually need to party with someone, and I hadn't thought about my solution for that yet, so that seems to be the way to go. Yeah, I've been on survivalist the entire game, so I don't even know how this looks on easy. And the tourist mode, as it were. No clue whatsoever. And as you get later in the game, there are some stages that are only playable on survivalist. But if you're just doing a first pass through the game and you intend to kind of make multiple passes through the levels to bank up lots of resources, I guess you'll probably steadily make your way up. So yeah, I assume that maybe you were taking the same approach that you did with things like Age of Imprisonment, where you steadily work your way up and accumulate. Okay, let's see how we'll do in 91 to 93. And yeah, you said you'll take that as a yes. In that case, I can either message you in your chat, shoot you a whisper, or send a message in the Discord. Yeah, we'll figure out how to work that out. Again, if the opportunity arises, like if I drop in on you playing Raiders or something, I'll mention it. So, we shall see. Yeah, good luck with that in your own right, and once again, I know you have to raid and run, but thank you as always for bringing your crew over. Okay, hang on. Got a little stuck here. Bad start. It looks really sparse, this level here. Like, I don't know how we'll get over quota. There's really not much to pop until maybe later. That is a long line. There we go. Luckily we can get on it a bit. The damage requirement is kind of noticeable at this point. We're no longer one-shotting these. The smokers certainly don't help. Oh, wow, that was a rescue from falling off the edge and using the blast boot to get back on. For once, the opposite of what we usually do, which is dive right off the side. Oh, couldn't escape. I feel like time's going to be an issue here, actually. I think time will definitely be an issue here, in fact. Which probably just means pumping the main weapon damage, but we'll see. Oh, Dolphin Steel Eel, bad idea. Still in danger, also a bad idea. 11 seconds, so I don't think we're getting the remaining 5, are we? Oh, we can kill something quickly enough, there we go. 6 seconds remain. Okay. Yeah, we need to blow everything on cooldown here, I think. The damage requirement may actually be stringent as we get this deep. Minus Steel Eel positioning. I think we'll actually be okay for time looking at how we're doing, so we should save Big Man for the next level. Yeah, we're fine. So we'll probably pop Big Man right away, especially if there's something like Strong Arms here. There isn't, but you know, let's pop him right away anyway, and then we'll be able to climb. Quick as we can. But there's a lot of stingers up top. We kind of squandered Big Man here a bit, I think. Oh, actually, it's just a big stack. Yeah, I didn't feel like we got much done with Big Man on the initial run, but not as much as we usually should make him effective. Oops. Oh, we're gonna get into time trouble. Yeah, I don't think we're going to manage it. We used Big Man too inefficiently at the start. Should have saved him for when we got up to the big stack. Because we wasted way too much time with him. Okay, most of it away. Just a little inefficient on the last one. First level here was a little bit rough. Second one was pretty simple, at least on this run. It's maybe a weapon damage problem. So let's see here. Can't believe we're not getting a single icebreaker effect, which is what we've really been looking for. All 3 levels in this one? Yeah, that could be significant. Unless, of course, we want to spend on a gadget upgrade instead. Something like the blast boot and give it a 12%. At this point, I'm going to say what's more impactful for about a 30k. Actually, let's see if freeing up a point on Blast Boot gives me any particular power spike that we're looking for. We don't want the emergency activation on it. Explosion damage is already in a good state. Let's see about Splatolight, see if there's something we can do with it. And Aloria, welcome. Hope you've been doing well in your own right. Let's see if there's some benefit to freeing up a point here, in case we can optimize something. If not, I think it might still be worthwhile to get the damage increase on the blast boots somehow, but it is expensive. Yeah, because either we up the freeze effect, anything's going to cost 30k here. Or the damage serve, which we'll definitely always use. Let's do it, because we really need and gadget damage as well, I think. And 12% will be a more immediate increase than what we're doing with weapon damage. Let's see what the impact will be felt here. And yeah, Laura, you're saying it's been phenomenal. It's your day off and you're holding your cat, so you can't complain, yeah. Sounds like it's been a cozy time over there. Okay. Again, we were running into a bit of time trouble on this level here. So let's be careful how we navigate this stage, because it is a little bit wide open. Missed our opportunity to splash that one, I think. It's... Ooh, already in danger. Yeah, no wonder we were in trouble. A little bit late getting to the freeze effect sometimes. That was an emergency activation. What are we doing? We need 6 more here. It's going to be a little tight if we don't find more targets. Yeah, I feel like on this difficulty, just finding enough targets is actually becoming a bit of a problem, because you do need to run around quite a bit just to get things to spawn on pace. Okay, we're gonna pop this one now. What about the long line later? Let's just get through the fly fish area first. Oh, okay, maybe we shouldn't have wasted that. But we're not in danger. Late on that. Freezing the steelhead. Sometimes if you freeze a steelhead at the wrong time, it just causes more problems. Bad about the loss earlier. Now, the last time we were here, we didn't have time trouble at least, so maybe we're still okay. It's gonna be tight though. Here we go. And Big Man is charged up for the next level. Now, for the next level, let's approach the big stack first, and then we pop Big Man. Let's go up the rail. We pop it first. Might even want to keep Big Man for the emergency, in fact. Although it depends on how we do for time. I guess we're not wasting as much time as before. Pretty accurate jump on the eel that time, which is important. Yeah, it makes sense to let it get a little bit denser here before we get Big Man to do his job. Unless, of course, we get into danger. Fly fish must go down. At this point, I think we drive. We've got 20 seconds just to find enough eggs to work with here. Oh. Oh, I think we're getting in trouble once again, actually. What? No, we're still short. We're not navigating that efficiently enough. Maybe Big Man was actually not used at the right time there, because the thing is, we didn't have Splatolites up and running to do the egg collection, so we wasted too much time swimming around for the collection. In the worst case, we go for something like the flyline build, because then if we're using flyline in lieu of meteor, then at least we have faster repositioning. So that's something we'll strongly consider, in spite of the fact that, well, it might work. Let's make sure we've saved our current preset. It's because of any minor statistical changes, and then we're still going for a freeze break. Then, oh, but then we'd lose Splatolites for that. I don't know if we want to do that, but we could use it maybe in conjunction with Vortex. Like we go Vortex Flywire. Like with the Torque Screw. Or bomb balloons, so we have more damage going. I don't know, we're close enough that we should stick with this, but there's definitely a positioning issue in the last stage that we need to work out. But if so happens that we need to rethink the build, likely we'll go Flywire for this set. There are a couple of locations here that make that look sensible, in fact. Oh. Yeah, but we've been a little dependent on using splatter lights for collection purposes, I think. That is a factor here for sure. Okay, let's just stay off the eel for a moment. If we can do this without popping big man, I prefer to, but this looks like we're in a bit of trouble, so let's just get big man to get us over the line. Aye, says big man, but that could mean anything. Oh, good timing on a steelhead for once. Come on, the fly fish really needs to go down. There we go. So many eels. So many eels. Okay. Can't really see the tails very well when they're all stacked together like that. Seconds to take care of the rest. Let's see what we can get. There we go. Okay, we have big man ready for the next floor. Again, time is a bit of an issue. We go for the big stack and maybe we activate him immediately this time. Let's shoot things first, so we can get our buffs up. And then, now with splatter lights up and running, we use big man so we can actually do some collection with him. Yeah, that's the thing. Splatter lights for big man, so we don't need to drive so carefully. Looting the map. Whoa, danger. Not great. Ooh, that's going to be a big time loss there. Time really is the constraint in this level. At the moment. Danger once again. No. Wrong place. How close was I? There was one egg that popped right at the end there that maybe we failed to collect. Yeah, there was one egg at the very end that popped right in front of me, and look how shy we were. Slightly off. Slightly off. And yeah, Laura, you're saying you're so glad fly fish weren't taken down in this game like they were in Salmon Run. Yep. That was the first observation we made about them, was that you know, fly fish were always the hardest Rainbow Salmon run when playing with randoms, because you need the cooperation, you also need the accuracy, you also need the timing from everybody involved. And that is a big ask. And usually one of those parts falls apart. So we played that decently that time, it's just that I didn't loot efficiently at the very end. And you can see how close we were. That is getting somewhere. A little bit more damage output on the main actually could be the way to go here. I think the current approach is working. We don't want to make a big change just yet. And we're pretty far away from getting the parts for the icebreaker upgrade, so I'm assuming it's not really going to happen in the immediate future. So we might as well just spend a damage. Just short. That's okay, we'll put up this way. We're close enough that little things like this could get us over the line. Okay. Oh. We're positioning on the scrapper there, actually. We just couldn't flank it at all with it backing against the wall like that. The long line's been a really big problem here. Do we want to cycle through it? No, we don't. For 15 seconds, let's just hit big man and close this out. Time seems to be a bigger problem for me on this stage than 192. Okay. Not great timing, but we made it. A lot of drizzlers around that we have been taking care of. Really should. Oh, no. Oh, we should have gone big man out of that. That was a big mistake. Big missed call there. Yeah, that's going to blow to run. Absolutely should have popped big man. Then I was thinking we'd take the risk of trying to save him for the next level, but that was not the right move given the quota and the position, so. Shellacker up. Meteor emits has an explosion area. We should actually see about that because I think we may be able to build towards it. Yeah, 2 points there. Let's take off the added explosions because that was not really that interesting. And that's a big jump, huge jump. That can make a big difference. So. Oh. Long line's been causing me problems. Okay. No wonder we had so much time trouble on this level. We just spent so much time to try to get out of steel eel range. Yeah, okay. We do need a big man here, despite how close we were to getting over the line. That was a bit of an emergency. Doesn't mean our timing for when big man is charged up going into the next floor is not as great as I'd like it to be, but we'll see, because it means that big man's going to come in a little bit late on this floor as well, which is not ideal. What a huge range of that now, though. Look, we're actually getting into time trouble here. Yeah, I spent too much time playing defensively, I think. No, we're not gonna make it. Yeah, we didn't have anywhere near that amount of trouble before. Now we have not been running Ink's resupply and blast boot at the moment. That is very nice, but I don't know that we have anything that we want to take off for that. It's a big refill, though, of course. Okay. Let's see here. Still not much on the icebreaker, it seems, but yeah, we're 46 out of 50 though. I mean, when we get that 50 out of 50, and if we have enough Spiralite, obviously that's going to be a very high priority. But I think we do have to do main damage in the meantime. Yeah, I wonder why we've been getting worse in the second one. It's because we've been popping Big Man too early in the first stage, man. Getting out of trouble at the end. Getting into too much danger, too. Way too slow. Too much time wasted on steel eels in general. Okay, 9 seconds without using Big Man, that's good. We will absolutely use them to clear nice and early on this stage then. Doesn't mean that we can't afford to get into danger though. That's why. But hopefully, if we're still good for time, then won't be set back too much here. It was nice to just get a big jump on the slamming lid. Whoa, that was a mistake. Possibly a big one. Yeah, we're not really that close actually in terms of time. We've been having trouble here that we hadn't had before. We've not been looting cleanly too when it comes to all the outlying instead of just available on the field. I don't know why we're failing on 92 all of a sudden. We really didn't have issues with that the first few runs. I think we are going to stubbornly cling to this setup though. don't waste as much time on heals. This critical lesson to learn here. Yeah, it's hard to spot the heel tail when it's a long line because they wrap around to themselves so closely. Hard to catch. And having taken that loss so early probably means that we won't have to use big man sooner than expected. Just to get out of trouble here. No. This was a really sloppy one. Much worse than any of the previous ones, actually. Yeah, never mind using big man. I don't think we'll get over the line this time anyway. We'll try it again. Too many deaths causing us time. Costing us time, rather, and we'll still stay with this, but we need to play as well as we did previously, even before we added additional upgrades. Maybe we did need those follow-up explosions after all on the meteor, who knows? We need a much better approach to long line. Let's pop more abilities on cooldown when we can too, just to get the damage output going, because we've actually been using the abilities more sparsely than before, I think, while fumbling with the position. That might be part of the problem here. Now we've lost a certain amount of the required aggression. I can't believe how poorly we're doing this. All of a sudden. Like, it actually is quite a bit worse, huh? I don't know what happened here. Well, we were just slightly off, yeah. Let's redo. Seems like we've been regressing. Yeah, long line is totally zoning us out here. Okay, let's just give Big Man to finish it. And even so, I don't think we'll get things down quickly. Oh, there we go. Yeah, long line was causing no end problems. No. We usually get that flyfish down quickly. We didn't this time, and it absolutely cost us a bit. One more. No, couldn't reach it. Couldn't reach it. Just in the wrong position to deal a steel eel. I actually wonder if the meteor with the explosion area up as opposed to the added explosions actually is performing worse. Maybe that's the culprit. You would think this jump over here would have been much better, but maybe we need to consider something here. Or move to something like emergency damage. Go with this, perhaps, and then freeze up a point. I mean, potentially there's room to improve the explosion damage here as well if we take something that's not quite so point efficient, but which gives us a bigger punch. I feel like we're in an emergency state often enough that emergency damage in conjunction with the emergency activation may actually be helpful. Let's try it just with that adjustment and see what else we can do here. Oh yeah, we've got 2 points freed up here. Totally forgot. And I had absolutely no idea where I wanted to go with that. And we could do the very slight cooldown reduction, but maybe we can do better. More damage, actually. Just more damage everywhere. I wonder if the cooldown reduction is even necessary given that we get a pretty big reduction already off of the relic powers. Maybe build it a little further for speed. We don't want to take the speed stat off just yet, though, because, again, just being able to loot the eggs on the map quickly enough has been a hindrance. Get the long line down as soon as we can. That is probably going to be helpful. Okay, 6 seconds without Big Man's assistance. That's not too bad. Next level, we need to prioritize the extra crispy fly fish. Let's do that. Get out of danger. But will we have enough? Yes, we will. Okay, 3 lives up and running. Big Man charged most of the way. We're in better shape than usual, but we haven't tested ourselves against the time requirement at 93 for quite some time, so let's see what we can do. Maybe still save Big Man for emergencies or for when we're lower down in time. Yeah, better save big men for emergencies because we are mostly failing from not looting with them quickly enough. 10 seconds though, maybe we should do it. Not popping everything quickly enough here. Yeah, we have a time efficiency problem on the last level. We still have to resolve. And it isn't just a matter of the damage. I think we do need to get around a little bit more efficiently. Collecting everything. Well, like I was saying, worst case we reconfigure for flyfish. I mean, maybe we can try it. With even more gadget recovery. Since we do get hit some of the time. I don't know, hard to give up any of these. But perhaps we take out the speed tank effect and put it into something either damage or defensive. This gets you a faster accumulation of the big man's gauge, which might be important. Let's go damage output. We'll see how much we feel the loss of the speed surge effect. Longline eel just curls in on itself, and you lose sight of the target and you can't get it back. Okay, one death, but big man is charged. Okay, just over the line. Big man's not charged yet, but we'll see what we can do after we've gotten the initial approach to the big stacks. Really jumped off the edge again. That would not have been ideal. Okay, just clearing quickly enough. That's been the issue here. We were in danger. Big man was necessary there. Hopefully we're still able to get over the line on time. Oh, a lot to loot up there that we didn't pick up. Whoa. Very close, but looks like we do have some issues here unless we can loot quickly enough. No. The time lost in that death there made all the difference. Because we really just need to smack that scrapper and just have a bit of incidental looting around there, and then that's 100 nade right there, making up that deficit. I mean, I think the approach is fundamentally sound. We just need to play better when it comes to target prioritization and taking hits. Did we actually get enough for the freeze break now? I think we did. But which means we need to save up Spiralite next for that. So yeah, we need to save up that Spiralite. So we're not going to spend because the Icebreaker upgrade is the thing that we've been looking for all this time. We'll crash against it some more. Okay, again, the long line is a major issue here. And here it comes. Too much danger going on here. No, I almost got out. It's okay, we might be okay for time. little worried about time here. I think we'll make it. No, way too short. Spent a little bit too much time trying to heal up that time. On that floor. We can still get over on time. That doesn't matter too much, but maybe tight. Come on, just a little bit. Just need one. Just need one. One kill there, but we're evading danger, and so pushed out of the way. At some point we probably will have to rethink the build, but see, right now it's close, it just needs to be played better. The execution is what separates us from clear at the moment. Pokemon totally out of position trying to go for that flyfish. This was a bit disastrous. Long line really does get annoying. Okay, too bad about that one hit that we took, but we'll see if we can do something here. perfect time to be in danger. Nope, triggered it too late. It will not make the timer. If we can get over to line 4 the upgrade, we'll take it. We'll probably need a few more runs to make that happen. Yeah, pretty noticeable jump from levels that we just breezed through all the way to 90. But these have been trickier layouts with lots of steel eel problems in particular. Yeah, the long lines have really been giving us grief. Going to a lower level, just can't get around. We should be jumping on the bot to get it out of the way, except I keep missing its tail because just this tail is so well concealed. Yeah, this is not going to be run. Too many time inefficiencies there with the loss and our very poor recovery from it. Not a chance. Not this time. We had a couple of good runs. I mean, you know, even very early on, we had a run that was just about 25 shy of Grand 493, so that's something working here that we haven't been able to recover since. Look what? That was terrible. Took a different route than we usually do, and we just got completely trapped. No. Yeah, the long line is such a problem. Anyway, terrible start. Let's try it again. Again, the build is viable. The tactics have been poor. Yeah, the thing about long line is just it protects its own tail pretty much instantly. Put it down safely for once. And we have another danger coming. Boop. Okay, time is of the essence. Shouldn't have fallen all the way down here. Time issues here, I think. Almost full, but not full. Still need a little bit more for that upgrade. So I'm going to make one change here. Maybe this was a mistake. And that we do want more additional damage, however meager. Also, we have a point free here. Just realized. But we have to save cash for the improvement in the ice break. Okay, let's try reverting this because we were having much better success in the early runs. That could have been impactful. Nope. Couldn't get out of trouble. No. Terrible. Yeah, this long line has not been working out at all. It's just been zoning me out every single run. we don't snipe it quickly, then things just never go well. So we didn't really get to see what difference the build might have made. That said, we just put a little bit of scrapping, which we can't do yet because we have no weapons. We'll build the icebreaker upgrade next run. Yeah, maybe we do need that explosion range back then. That wasn't the issue after all. It's easier to crowd control these enemies while using the freeze effect on Meteor. Oh yeah, I took off the speed that we get from the speed tank. We should put that back on then. Because we've not actually seen a market time improvement from the close range damage that we put onto the perks instead. So that's one change that was actually for the worse. We made a couple of changes to try to make this happen, and it seems like more often than not they've been for the worse. And that our first few attempts on this were the best. Remarkably, we're through despite losing 2 lives there. Whoop. Okay, we do need what was it? Swamp weapon powers. There we go. Okay, we've been saving up for this for a long time. Upgrades icebreaker effect from ×4 to ×5. I think we have to take it. First one of the game for us, actually. Oh yeah, we forgot to switch some things back on build. I wonder if escapes have been worse. Oh. Way out in the middle of nowhere. didn't see a thing. Again, we just got crowded out by the long line. If the long line doesn't go down, then it just blows everything else up. Destroys the rest of the run. Because we're kind of getting one-shots back on the icebreaker. So that's impactful. Okay, let's reshuffle a few things. New outfit. Oh, probably for just doing the weapon customization. Yeah. Swap or upgrade weapon power. Yeah, that's it. But let's put this back and put this back. We need the range to freeze the things we're trying to freeze if they're moving targets. So yeah, we've been on this one for a while, but I'm very stuck, and we're honestly regressing past even the first few attempts we've made on it, so something's clearly gone wrong. Okay, the long line must go down. Unfortunately, that does require a bit of a reach around. Here we go. Nope. Okay, barely made it out when we were in danger. It does seem improved. Yeah, it looks like we really did make a lot of mistakes when attempting to make improvements, and everything seems to have made a bit of an impact. Yeah, we need to do this efficiently. Greatest advantage we can with having big man. This means that we no longer have them for emergencies, which is not great. But fish really must go down. Too slow. Too slow. Well, I mean, too slow because of that one death. Yeah, I can't believe it hit such a snag here, given that only a smidgen off on the early attempts. didn't even start to have trouble with the second floor until much later. Okay, long line does need to go down pretty soon here. That causes tons of positional issues all over. Oh, and the smoker is a problem too. Yeah, it takes so long to get long line down. Can't do it very reliably. Oh, that was disastrous. Well, we had a very significant snag. I mean, we can try the fly fish idea. I did mention that quite a while ago. It's just that we invested so heavily in Meteor and built around it in such a way that I don't know if we have the damage output if we go for the Flywire, even if it does save us travel time for eggs. I mean, this current build can clearly do it, it's just that we have a bit of player error going on, I guess. Yeah, a huge jump from the rest of the buffet. Okay, there's the long line. We absolutely need to tail a bit. Yeah, if it goes down quickly, then this becomes so much more tractable. Worried about time. Don't think we're clearing quickly enough. What? Somebody. Okay, no, we got it. Just barely. Gotta go down quickly at least. We better use it. Okay, just barely scraped out of trouble. Again, we have had time issues for this level every time, so let's see what the issue is here. Nope. Might cost us in terms of time. Yeah, 30 seconds, and we're really way off here. Maybe we should back at the quota unless we get Big Man charged up again, perhaps. Come on. Just a little bit, just needed a little bit. We're very far off this time. I almost wonder if we try running Shiver or somebody to get an ice effect. And then continue our damage in conjunction with the Deep Cut Companion's damage. Let's try that. Means we won't have as easy an escape, but right now time is the big limiting factor. Whoop. Ooh, that was terrible. Very bad start. Especially with the long line coming in like that. No, terrible start. Yeah, Steel either goes down immediately or not at all, basically. Nowhere. Yeah, maybe we should rethink our gear. I'm just wondering what part would be worth replacing. I mean, I guess we could go for the vortex idea again in tactics. But right now we're on power, so we have access to the power ability, and it gives us a quick gadget cooldown. Okay, long line has to be the only. Nope. It was on cooldown. I was trying to jump out of that. But too slow. We got big man available for that one too. I don't know why we served them for so long. How are we doing so much better on the earliest runs? That doesn't make sense. We haven't changed very much about the setup since then. And in general, we've just been changing it for the better with the various upgrades. But something's not coming together for this one. We have to figure out what. Well, we'll see if we can actually get this one down today. Thought if we just have ample time to get the 100 today, and let's see what happened here. We haven't earned it yet. Oh yeah, we switched to Shiver. Totally forgot. We're not on Big Man anymore. Haven't really gotten a chance to use Shiver in my capacity, so. I'll have to keep that in mind when it comes to timing. Okay. We want Shiver for this. I think we do, just in case. Almost. One more. Nope. Well, let's see if there was something that we could do with the explosion damage here. Yeah, 1 point for a single percentage point. We have room for that. Let's just take it. Well, we'll try to get at least this one done. Time for anything after that is unknown. A long line. We must go down. Cooldown so long because I hadn't killed everybody. That's why I'm basically defeating things and did not be defeating things. Okay. Fly fish, not really trouble. Yeah, going Shiver for the damage output might pay off handsomely by the end of it. Remember, our power is no longer an emergency escape. It's an extra damage source, which we need. Time's gonna be an issue. Let's get Shiver charged up if we can. Still can't get over the line. I just think it might be beneficial to go for fry instead, because the thing is we are freezing things already. So it's a bit of a redundant effect that isn't actually helping our damage. Although it's nice to have Shiver blow away an entire one's worth of enemies like that. Or in a straight line, rather. Let's try with fry. Yeah, we should do something with a showstopper cooldown as well. But we'll keep this for the moment. We were so close on something like the third attempt. And hours later, we're still here. Oh, the thing is, long line likes to curve around. Cause problems. Hopefully you know you're staring at his head. Rather than the tail that you're aiming for. No, we're nowhere near the time requirement. I don't know why I've been doing so much worse. Like, it's just not only not improving, but actively regressing. Slosher with a 5x icebreaker. Should have leveled this up, maybe. I mean, given how we don't have any weapon upgrades on it, it's unlikely to approach how what we're doing here, but maybe something to keep in the back pocket. It's a natural icebreaker 5 draw, so we don't need to make quite an expense out of it. Well, we'll give it a few more attempts, but again, I don't know why it's not working out. So we actually didn't get much done today. We got 61 through 90. We did that quickly, but this has been a real obstacle. A little bit off on speed still. And we do still need Big Man for clears. Just because you can do a quick reposition with him. But again, time has been the issue the whole time on this level, and despite getting within just a few seconds of managing to do it on 93 ages ago. Over an hour ago, I think. I think this may still have to be the approach. You would think that just by having strictly improved what we were already running, that we'd be fine here, but apparently not. I mean, given the nature of the game, it may just be possible that we have to grind for it, but it would be really quite unfortunate, I think. So that we can hit something with everything frozen in that cluster. No, we could not hit anything. Yeah, the long light's just in the way. That's my target on it. Can't see it whatsoever. Yeah, close, but still Still too far off. Maybe we're a bit stuck on this specific build and we shouldn't be, which might need a larger evolution of thinking. There's the rest. We just need like one more here. Yeah, it's the prioritization that's kind of letting us down a bit. Just being able to chase the bosses first and quickly. Oh, nope. All the way back. Yeah, this run's kind of a disaster anyway, I think. Absolutely. Holy cow, we got it here. I can't even believe we're not getting past night one anymore. I mean, it is a very tough night one, but done it many times. And for some reason, it's just not coming together today. watching carefully. Oh, they still have a parachute available. Yeah, this is not good. Let's yeah, we're regressing a little too much here. Let's see. So yeah, we accomplished a little on the stream today, but we'll see. Yeah, because we had a good setup going here, it's just not over the line for other purposes. Let's see. Well, let's try to make an attempt where we don't just embarrass ourselves in the first of the 3 levels. We'll try to have at least one more good attempt, but haven't really been able to approach a personal best either. No, wasn't watching the cooldown. We need to keep sliding here. Right? Yeah, I wonder why this steel eel here, the long line steel eel, doesn't have much of a problem for us the first few times, but I mean, I wonder if there's something else we can figure here that been impactful. Perhaps going back to fall distance instead of emergency works better. That's one thing that could be the adjustment. Because we should maybe go back to copying what we had on some of the earliest attempts. Yeah, because we put that on Scorch. Next gadget damage actually looks pretty appealing if we just how to free up the points for it. Okay, again, the long line that comes out has to be clarity. Just a tail. We're that far behind in time. I don't know that the thing is really far behind in time. Too slow. Didn't manage to get whatever was glowing there at the end either. That could have been significant. Oh yeah, so we do have the Cloud Blaster. Yeah, we gotta decide what to do here because we've definitely hit a wall, but things like running for Spiralight too. The weapon might be a bit much to deal with today. Yeah, I think attention's kind of flagging out a little bit in such a way that we, first of all, keep the setup. how much here? A little bit more required to get both levels down. Even so, I'm not sure that damage output is really the obstacle here. Yeah, really too bad we got so little done. I mean, we just now have the Jin Den here as well, so multiple tasks remain. Yeah, I think that's just my original ambition was to just post things out on this stream. This will obviously have to wait for another section, and I think that's all I came down from the sky to illuminate at that point. Well, you know what? Let's just take a look here, see if there's anything new. Yeah, nothing here that we don't already know. Oh, so there's supposed to be fins. Well, yeah, of course they are. Oh, we actually get some lore about Salmon Arc. I didn't realize. Yeah, I think we'll come back to this one, because we do need to rethink a few aspects of it, probably. It'll be a fairly big disjunction, but we'll see how that goes. So we'll stop here for today. We'll pick it up with the Floor 91 cluster that we really should have defeated an hour or two ago, just given how well we were doing at the time. But better late than never, perhaps. And so that's all from me, and then we'll see when we're able to be back with this game. Probably not the very next stream, because the Donkey Kong Bonanza regular event is happening this week, and we usually prioritize that, but certainly we'll be working around that for even more trekking content. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening as well, I guess. While we get a rock out to all the music that changes with every iteration back in the ship. Thanks for wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be up to over the course of this week. And as always, fare thee well.